the following members of the convention the other audience committee. For the technical working group, we have had one developers, system heads, permanent chaperone and award, PWD members, same office of Palacio, and base Dora, Communication Director, Attorney Maria, Alan Concepcion, Mr. Villagrama, Mr. Charlie Ortega, Mr. Juan Tomás, Mr. Rami Cantulas, Mr. Romeo Salvador Tomas, Mr. Corbin Manalo, Mr. Alberto Aguilar, Mr. Joseph Montero, Attorney Elmer Abad II, Mr. Manuel Ferrer, Mr. Arnel Bayan, Mr. Nick Agalan, Mr. Ariel Verbosa, and Mr. Armand Kata. From the Secretariat, we have Secretary and Ms. Marian Adaptus, the Secretariat members, Attorney Catherine Fernandez, Edward Apanay, Maria Teresa Turalba, Dominic Elorado, Dominic Rivas, Madeline Ortega, Patrick Cruz, Emmanuel Velasco, Jeffrey Julio, Bernadette Ayman, Elwood Villara, Christian Black, John Paul Campbell. From the office of Commissioner Marian Francisco, then Attorney Maricon Almonte, from the office of Executive Director, Dennis Sophie from the Internal Audit Department, we have Ms. Anissa R. Goodman. From Odedo, we have Director Rafael Olaño. From ITD, we have Mr. Rui Peñalba, Mr. Felimon Enrique, Guadalupe Ilagan, and Jess Chavez. From Lente, Legal Network for Truthful Elections, we have Alexander Yadar Yadaw. From Namprel, we have Falco, Ross Treasury Castroverde. From PPCRB, Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, we have Mr. William Yu, Dr. Arvin Serrano, James Wong. From Democracy Watch, we have Nathaniel Angelo Ui. From the IC, we have Mr. Mark Angelo Salupon, Terry Bumulo, Reno Aaron. From Senate Committee on Electoral Reform and People's Participation, we recognize Attorney Mark Bumulo and Attorney Dana Albert. From Yan Mantala, We have observers from Library Solution, Julian Corporation, from Smart Mathematics, we have Philippines, Ordoño, Wealth and Laban, Happiness Guys. From our leader with a single calculated bid for today's presentation from Miru, headed by Marcelo Magana, So Tongwei, Jay Yong Lee, and Elkin Chandi, Shaw Dong Ho, Kim Tae Yung, Park Jin Boon, John Jin Ho, Yang Ha-won, Wang Jun Yun, Han Jun Woo, Oh Chen Yong, Miss Valerie Manahan, Paul Estrada, and Webster Loren. So, yes, so that's for attendance for today. For the conference rules, for the House rules, this system demonstration is open to all interested parties. Observers during the proceedings, any act or utterance which will control or disturb the meeting will not be tolerated. Please mute your phone to avoid unnecessary noise. Maintain cleanliness in the conference room at all times. And for the media personnel, please stay at the designated area. So let's not do any act to disturb or interrupt our proceedings. We also acknowledge members representing the staff. For our observers, please stay in your designated area. If you have any observation, you may just write it down and submit it to the secretary. So these proceedings is under the supervision of the technical working group together with the commission. So at this point, may I now turn the floor to our TWG head, John Gerald de la Cruz.
The scope of the post-qualification presentation is based on Section 7, Technical Specification, Annex N, and Annex TORB of the bidding documents. The single calculated bidder shall present an end-to-end demonstration of the system. Questions and clarifications from the TWG, SBAC, end user shall be made after the presentation. Should there be a need to present portions of the procedure or system to show compliance with the technical specification, the same shall be made by the SEB. So we give the floor to the SEB for the presentation.
Yes, we now can over the floor to Mr. Marcelo Magana of Miru. Before that, let me inform everybody that this is a live stream via Facebook and YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for granting us the opportunity to present our systems before you today. My name is Marcelo Magana, and I'm Miru Systems Overseas Sales Representative. We'll be giving the initial presentation, and I will also guide you through our demonstration. It is a great honor to be here, members of the servers and users. We extend our sincere thanks to SBAC for organizing this vital gathering. It forms part of the bidding process for sharing the necessary guidelines to prepare this presentation, which shall contribute to our shared goals and endeavors. Additionally, I would like to express my respect and appreciation to the COMELEC representatives here today. Your unwavering commitment to conducting free, fair, and transparent elections is the cornerstone of democratic society. The focus of my presentation today is to briefly introduce our company, explain the preparation for today's demonstration, and give you a general overview of the points to be covered today. We look forward to a productive conversation. We are hopeful that the insights shared today will be beneficial to Comelec. Miru is a South Korean company established in 1999. 25 years of experience in the development of technology applied to electoral processes. Throughout the years, we have conducted several projects locally and abroad and developed multiple systems internally, all types of electoral stages. In the overseas, we have supplied electoral technology in countries like Kyrgyzstan, Ecuador, Fiji, Salvador, Russia, Iraq, DR Congo, Guinea. All of the systems supplied in these occasions were designed, developed, and manufactured by Miru Systems. Systems that I will present to you today, exception. As an introduction for today's end-to-end demonstration, it is important to mention that this demonstration has been prepared according to Annex N, the bidding documents included in the TOR. This includes the EMS demonstration, ACN demonstration, CCS demonstration. Also, we have prepared this demonstration by utilizing the sample data provided by Gobernador. For each section of the demonstration, we will show regarding the EMS, we will show the sample data importing capability, data management of import data. We will also show the ballot image generation, also the generation of ACM configuration files. The ACM will do the initialization of the units with those configuration files. We will open the units. We will simulate the voting process with a paper-based and ERT report. We will also further do the closing of units for generations of these processes and the transmission of results. On the CCS, we will also initialize the units. We will show you the reception of results coming into the canvassing, consolidation, report generation, and the transmission level. Now, few key points to take for the EMS are that the sample data has been extended in order to cover other functions can be demonstrated, such as the two-set ballot capability and the stress test. Sample data didn't contain any using 1,000 values to extend one reach 1,000. Extra additions sample data are audio and image files, which were also absent. Lastly, although we will be generating sample ballot images on the spot, we have also pre-printed these ballots. Now, for the ACM demonstration, we will showcase 5 units that will be initialized. While simulating the voting process, we will use unmarked ballot that we will proceed to mark and will be set to an unmarked pixel count threshold between 10 and 20%. This means that any mark exceeds the threshold below that threshold. And these are values that we can change. After scanning the ballot and close each machine, we will transmit to the respective CCS the local network we have established. Now, for the CCS demonstration, we have 6 basic CCS. Each CCS will consolidate result and transmit to upper level CCS. Then we will also show you the extra CCS, which are the central server dominant majority, dominant minority party, then Farm 1. In copies of the material that are necessary. Now on the bottom, we have all the 5 units which are missing 1 to 5. You will use this to have the transmission of the results for level CCS, central server, transparent servers. You can see corner. This concludes my initial presentation. Now I will follow with the demonstration. In this case, since we had to pre-print beforehand all of the ballots with the initial information, we have pre-printed for the 15th of January. Please keep this in mind because this is a date that will carry on throughout all of our systems. But since the ballots that we have set for January 15th, we are following that same format today. Okay. Then we also can choose the opening and close time of this event, which is the election event. So we will choose 8 to 11. We can also add election descriptions of the event
So let's say, for example, this is for post-qualification test, right? If it's necessary, we can also add information regarding the overseas date in order to inform other users about this event. Now we save this election information, and now that we can see that it has been created, this event, so we can access to the event. And after entering, we can see that on the top, we have all sorts of menus displayed now that give us access to functions of this event. So we have the election data, which we'll later show you on. We have ballots, which is where we generate the ballot images. We have ACM configuration, where we generate files regarding the ACM. We have CCS configuration, where we generate the files that will be used by the CCS. We have reports, which are different types of reports that we can generate, and other system administrator functions that I will talk about. Ubuntu Linux. Because later on there are some pop-ups menus that might not be able to be seen. You can go to the
We brought. We have an over one. Nice one. Good. Or what's up? Good. Allow me. Ah. That's good. There. Oh, yeah? 이런 모드로. Okay. So over there. Yeah, that's it. It's better. It's better. It's better.
Yes,
Now
now
to
proceed with the demonstration. Okay, now we'll proceed to import the sample data that was provided by Comelec. So we will insert it. So yes, this is the data provided by Comelec, which is the CPS, POP, and references. Yeah. Everything okay? We can proceed. Okay. Now that we have shown the content of the USB with the sample data, now we will proceed to import the data into the EMS system. So we choose File, go into the sample data that we have just seen, select Open, and now we will import the election data. Now it's including all of the information of the pre-election configuration data into the EMS system. Please wait a minute. The latest version is on 2019, so this is the 2019 version used. 19. We will proceed now that the import of data was successful. So we press OK. And the first thing that we see on the system is a description of all of the information that has been imported. We have levels telling us which type of information we have imported information. We have date and time as well of each of these events. And another important aspect of the EMS is that we can also search for different types of levels. In this case, for the sample data provided by Comelec, there are some area codes, as we can see, that are not mapped properly with the geographical data. So the EMS system is already telling us that there is some inconsistency with the sample. This can help the user to have more proactive about importing the data. So it doesn't have to wait later on any problem preemptively correct this. Now, this part of the sample data touch any part of the demonstration that we're going to do, so it doesn't affect at all. But it's important to mention that capabilities to catch this already. So we have the in the top area, in case we have a lot of warnings going by the EMS, we can export these logs and make EMS can correct the data. In case there are many, in case you have a few ones access the data each one by one, we will show you later. You can modify in the system to reload. Yes, we will show you this. Yes, we will show you this. Election data. Now we'll go to the election data menu, and I will show you. Audit logo, Ambon, so we see the log. We see the log level. The information imported. We have the user and server that is used. Now that we have imported the election data, we have different types of views of this data. The first one is the categories, and in categories, we have the category name, master category. These are the divisions of the locations that we have in the country. So we have country, region, province, municipality, and barangay. Then we have geographical divisions. This is a different view of the same data. We have the code of the geographical division, name, the category, which is the one that we have just country, province, and the master geographical division shown. You can see here we have the Philippines at the first input. You can see here we have the Philippines at the first input. It's the country, and it doesn't have any. Then below the Philippines, we have region 1. And below the Philippines, we have region 1. The first category is for region. Category is for region. Master category will be Philippines. And we drill down all the way. Within region 1 to all the provinces. And then we will move on to the country. Okay. We also have the polling districts. So we have the code of the polling division. We have the name of this polling district, the district number that is in the center.
This is also has a
Geographical division
numbering
number
in it.
15.
Mm. So
So one of the one of the things that I mentioned
during my presentation was that in order to show other types of functionalities, we have also
added
the capability of
video of two sets.
ballot. And two-set ballot is
Ballot,
most likely in the Barm region. So we have added, besides the sample data,
This
Abra
polling district
in order to show
to
the
show you
capability if necessary.
Now we have the established precinct view. We have on the left the precinct code. We also have the established precinct, and we have the number of voters assigned to each established precinct. We also have the barangays that the precinct are assigned to. So the first five, I believe, are
How many? There are four.
for Calaba.
Four.
For-
Yes.
Yes. So we can also enter into this information of established
So
precinct.
we can check the information, and if necessary, to check it by the user. We have there the
Calaba is for Sangue, municipality,
and it's the provincial district of Abra. Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
We can move on to the next view, which is the cluster
After
precinct.
seeing
The
the
established precinct,
we have the cluster
cluster
precinct,
precinct,
group of
group
the
of
established precinct. We have the precinct code, which is the cluster
cluster
precinct code.
precinct.
We have
Have
established precincts inside of
that
that cluster
cluster
precinct. We have the
address assigned to
that
that
specific cluster
cluster
precinct,
precinct,
and now the total number of
voters
voters that
are
are expected to vote in that specific cluster precinct. So we can see now
is now the barangay
Zavala,
Calaba.
Bukal.
In the sample data, we have 796, 171,
150,
150,
424
424,
for the Bukal,
550,
and
754,
452.
400.
Exactly.
We have that number of ballots
for that
for
amount
that.
of voters specifically.
이번에 인플루엔스 이
일단 TC에서 월주자가 $3,217. Yeah. If you want, yeah. Yes. So we will move on to the next view, which is content classes. Here we can see the code of the content class name. Let's say, for example, president, vice president, or senator. This is the information that is also displayed in the ballot, since we have how many we have voted for next to the contest. Next to it, we have the column for the Arabic translation. This information was absent on the sample data, but the EMS generated the translation in Arabic automatically. Also, we have the description of the contest class and the amount of people to elect at the end of the column. Senator, well, under contest, we have the code of the contest name. We also have the contest class. Usually, polling district where this contest is happening. President, all entire summary description. For political organizations, in the sample data, we have code of the political organization, the political organization name, the initials that political organization. We also can see the candidates in the sample data that we have voted. Code of candidate ID, candidate name, and the nickname with their gender. Now, on the nominal nominations, on order in assignment. So in the sample data, originally there was no order, so the previous data done grab the code according to the order and order it will be displayed. But again, that can be figure. Yes, this was unavailable. Now we have the voting centers, which if you remember the graph that I showed you at the beginning, these respective addresses in the barangays of for the voting devices. We have the code of the voting device. We have the voting device description. Yes, so those are the established precincts that are contained. We have the polling center for these teams be allocated. Receipt number, very important numbers. Yes. Okay. Now, finally, we can canvassing servers, the CCS. Show you the code of yes, canvassing server name. You'll see per URL. And the type of CCS that it is, which is POC and POC. POC. Also, very important to this stage issue the certificates that these CCS will utilize later on and certain data. We will proceed now to the issue of generation of the CCS. Yes. So yes, now that we have issued the certificates, yes, also very important, all of these views need more information. Is also very important to mention. At the top of this table, we have the CRUD focus, which allows us to create, view, modify, which is important. Again, since we are logged in as an administrator, the access of all of these CRUD, but the EMS is also capable of having own users. You want right now, because of demonstration purposes, we have a public workstation is using it. But on actually can connect this system, the PM AI program. What we expected to do. So then, I mentioned before, we are logging as an administrator. The EMS, we can check the user list, which we have one folder, one user ID, one, two, intermediate, and accounts. We also have the description of each of these users, the user level that they have, the allowed. So for example, the administrator restriction. For intermediate and regular local use, range of IPs access one in order to now we can also check the user levels. Before we have three levels of user, intermediate, and regular use. We enter the administrator that all the process generally the administrator with all of the menus that so that the CRUD can show you previous for comparison the intermediate user case have a more limited part of the features that to ensure that the right user, right? Yes. So we have in the lockout, we see reflected both the action the user carry out, but the and also the IP. So now that we have seen the sample data in project successfully, how it works. And it's yeah. Okay, okay. So, okay. We'll proceed. Okay, now we move ballot section. So we have all the information, we enter ballots. How we have entered to the ballot together. One of the functions of the these headers are not specific when generating, which I will show you later. For this example, we already have created a central header, which is H1, H2. These are for one and a page. First, in the case that we have a second, another header, right? That's second. Enter, edit, headers as you wish. And the header code, which one we have the header name. The using the secret mark and assign the applicant assign a region header. We have information that we can input header into the system, add it to the right. Now later on, we will become more comprehensive. So we are preparing the construct of all images. Similar with the footer. So just like the headers, we have a footer for front and back page. In case we prevent or foresee the case that we are going to have we can generate a pop-up footer. For the footer, we have again the code, the text that will be displayed. And we can choose around that text center. We can also add page number. Also choose where it should be aligned. Or these are, as I mentioned to you before, the values templates. Now we will go to the part of the definition module. The value definition module. We start by creating a fresh new definition module. So we will start by inserting the value template code. Also a value template name to describe. And also a description must be added. So one of the things that we have mentioned about the sample data that we have regions, we have region 4. So we share the same type of context. We don't share the candidates type of context. Since we have that information, one value definition will cover both. We will select those regions. Now, you can choose the value shown on screen. There is no if it's a value. For these two regions, we have a value type, so which is no. We can also choose if there's a set one type of the one. We can select box if it's set two. So in this case, we know that those. And now we will proceed to check the region. Region for the okay. So we show you spaces. Yes. Now we will create the other part of the division model that we have for Metro Manila. For 5 units that we have. Okay, units we are in the Metro Manila. Yes. of the market have set of the region. Application model. Yes, yes. It can be right now. If you show the part. Who show you how we constructed for seconds, please. Okay, so now that we have generated the only application model that we can enter into the definition model. First, what we're seeing, you can see here that that one, as I previously point to, how we will work on the body of the house, remember that we are for the focus to show the so also run types. Or background. Also helping the meaning direction. Now that we have added this compass, we will see. Colors. Compass.
If I would so part of the working on the lower part that is of course we are a specific part list why we this we have now want to save all of these adjustments. We will now proceed to the context for the validation module of Manila. Okay. So we have the same process. We insert the header folders for respectively into the ballot. Now we will proceed to insert conscious in the front and the back of the ballot. Now we have the parties and the back. We apply. And now we can save this. So we have all of our ballot. When you go to the ballot checklist, so we can generate ballots. Yes, yes, sir. Yes. We will have that specific office. You see the reading direction. Yes, we want to show vertically or horizontally number of columns. So now that we have selected all of the municipalities which have to generate basis for, we will press create office. Now the emails will start working.
This process in specifically this machine will take about 20 minutes. So this all let's remember that we're working with only one workstation. So we have generated a lot of things. Preview models where we can check if the information is correctly inputted. So the protocol will require after double check the candidate contest in order to go back and regenerate.
For example, there was an error in the first, in the very first configuration. We'll have to do that. We will have to do that thing. Only for the only for the error.
So the EMS allows you to see all the way to the sync level. So even if you detect a problem, you can just adjust that to sync. Yes, that to sync only and not the entire. How they use
For the information of everybody, at this point, we are stage of creating the ballot phase. Currently, 20%. Okay. Lumapit lang ako. So the ballot creation is done.
So now we have a preview of next comment and the program. We have the header, we have the QR code about on the we also have
This things are not in the correct order in the approved. But you can move to that, you. On the preview, the process, the general process, on the preview, check that actually candidates align with what you're expecting, the order, if there is a moment we open Palacio here, and go back, make the necessary changes for just that, or see, you're seeing here, generate only, generate from that percent. Yeah. Yes.
For the purpose of the the SBAC, the end user shall be marking or posting ballots that would be fed to the ACM meter. So purposing there should be 50 ballots to be fed. So that would be 5 hours.
Do the release, yes.
So
Yes, I will instruct you with the ballots and the markings, how we can do the marking. Yes, to our personnel as well.
the sequence of the ACM part, we shall be working by effective machine. And then after such, we shall audit. Audit the determine accuracy of the accuracy of the yeah.
Please, the members of the team. Yes, I will show you how. Sure, you have done this before. You have both. Please. Thank you. So as I explained before, we have 3 HCMs which are paper-based. We will have 150,000 in the market, 50 in this HCM number 1. We have the front of the ballot, and the back of the ballot. The front, we have all of these contests by color. We have the number of votes that you have to mark. So for example, in the senator, you have to vote for 12. So I will make the first 12 selections to show you. Is allowed to be 20% as long as it has 20% area. Mark. Maybe actually we see the one probably not. It's all below 10%. Almost so separate the big ballots for this second is here. So we can in case of
Yes. Observers, and our friend from the IT policy. Co-op. Even co-op. Co-op. I'm sorry.
So we can select download ballot for which region ballot you want to.
After voting or after marking the ballots, kindly return the marking pens and kindly return the ballots to the specific machines. Sorry.
You can see that on our system, we have a so for the first one, in the code, still not valid. Now we have review the ballots more than also review the verification report comes after this report. We have here the it depends on the sample data. Provide more space for the animal.
to generate the configuration files for the DRE. But you will see that for the DRE, the process of coding is way faster. So once you please see the requirement, but you can it's the thing that I would. So under PDI, I feel valid by ACM. So once the program is in number one, will run one ballot, will store a sample of the ballot. We can share with you the fresh and so we will be in of how the value we make. That we could, is
Hindi, ang naka-feed dito kay G.
Now, another of the functions we can do.
Hindi daw na naman. Wala.
Mr. Chair, let me just announce, we will have a working lunch for this being distributed. Or if you wanna take a break, then you can take a. Yes. Before we proceed.
Yes.
You'll have the 20 minutes.
Guys, for the meeting, while you are in the back, yung sa ito kasi sukat siya. Yan lang, yan.
Sound check.
그러니까 뭐 못하기는 괜찮은데 46이야. 그러니까 누가 진짜 누가 입장을 나눠주라고.
Sarah, Sarah. Morning. Ojo.
저기 앉으세요. 거기.
We shall now resume with the testing of the system. We are still testing the EMS portion. So, in what stage are we in already? So now that we have finalized with the ballot image generations, we are moving to the ACM. We already did the EV members data import, and we're going to start with the reports. We're going to tell the ACM which type of reports it's able to print. So ACM configuration at stage. Something like happy or what? Okay, so now we will proceed with the rest of ACM report templates. So we have generated, so we will generate this one by one. We will tell the EMS system how many copies will be generated after transmission, before transmission, and the number of signatures required. Number of signatures it's required to in that report. The ACM will request a number of signatures to be first verified before printing the report. These are the report templates. So this is the ACM statistical report. We select the name of statistical report and we save it. Yes. Right now we are telling the EMS which reports will it tell the ACM to print and through which format and how many copies. You mean program the machine which reports it should print? Yes. The EMS will dictate which reports should the ACM print, and then later on, the ACM, among that list of reports, the user can choose, okay, I want to print the audit log report, so it will print that specifically. But it will be a limited list defined by the EMS system. We can also check the report templates in this way, and if it's necessary to adjust something in the format, it's possible to adjust it right in the EMS system. After the close of voting later, we shall be audit logs and election return. We can print those reports exactly on the ACM machine. Right now, we are doing the configuration of the ACM, which reports should the ACM print, and then we will give this information to the ACM so that ACM can print those specific formats with that specific requirement of signatures, with that specific number of copies. We're telling them how many copies we print. We'll copy the configuration in the we will yes. AMS laptop. So we call the machine configuration file. This is a file that we obtained from the EMS. We copy it and put it into the ACM, and that will configure the ACM. It will tell it how many reports it can print, how many copies of it can print. We're doing that task here in the EMS system. In the you can do that. Yes. How about if we run CM using ballots? Can we so create a report after the closing of voting? Yes. Yes. The ACM will have an option. Will have an option to select from a list of the reports EMS has given to the ACM to print whatever amount of copies of reports you have. There are also other reports printed automatically after a certain process. The transmission, there is a transmission report, and etc. We will show you that once we initialize the ACM with the configuration files of the EMS. Okay. Now, another aspect of the configuration of an ACM is the common configuration. So these are the settings on which the ACM will follow in order to kickstart and or other types of settings. One of the points of interest here, I may point out, it's the threshold. So here is where we can set up the threshold between, as I mentioned before, 10 and 20. So we are setting a threshold between 10 and 20, as I mentioned previously. So marks that fall below 10% of the density or pixel count of the circle won't be considered as marks at all. If we fall in between 10 and 20%, it will be an ambiguous mark. The user will be informed about this ambiguous mark, and you will have the chance to maybe refill it if it's necessary. And above 20, it will be considered a full mark, so the machine will just accept it as is. Possible to print this program so that we can check all the details, the configuration. We can print from the screen these configuration files if necessary. You want a sample for you to have right now to check. The there is another I think okay, we will try to print that for you to have it and you can check. Another setting that is very important to consider when checking the ACM configuration is the ACM specification hash value. So this is the final trust build hash value we obtain from the team or technical team that we should input into the EMS system. This hash value, the ACM will compare it with its own final trust build hash, and if they match, then the machine will proceed to accept the initialization of the machine. If they don't match, that means that either the ACM has an older version or it comes from a untrusted source, this machine configuration file. So please remember that. 비하고 이제 of the common configurations of ACM, yes. Let me. Can you? Sure. We have one of them is the threshold, right? We still configure the threshold on the ACM. One that can be done in the ACM. What higher level we decided what configuration file that will contain patch code. Minsan ano, okay. Yes, yes. Um, kita ba auto? Okay. Want to take a okay, we will move on to the next one. Someone of the previous. Oh, okay. Okay, now we can go to the ACM checklist. This is where we will generate the machine configuration files. Now that we have set all of the values, we have even the report types that the ACM should be able to print. So we select the machines, the 5 machines that we will be showing demo today. As you can see, we show the cluster precinct code, the precincts or the established precincts inside of it. And we can create the MCF file, and it will show us how many times this MCF file has been generated. So we can select create MCF file. And we can see that the 5 machines that we're going to use right now, we have generated the MCF file into the system. Now we can, yes. Also, please note that there is another machine for the BARM region. This is the 2-set ballot that it's expected to be done after the end-to-end test because we only have 5 machines. This will be later on generated. So we are leaving this one out right now, out of the picture. Okay? Okay, so now we have generated, we can create the production kit. The production kit has we will show you a preview of the production kit. So these are the instructions that we can put inside of each of the machines. And it contains labels, barcodes, and also the keys and IDs of the ED members, let's say for that specific precinct. So we can print this from the machine. Connected. If you want some. Perfect. We can yes download the MCF files as well. So again, similar procedure with the other files that you have seen. We can download by province this MCF file. So we will download first for region 4. We have downloaded that. Now for the Cordillera Administrative Province. So as you can see, we have downloaded the MCF files of all of the 5 machines as well. We can show you this the machine. Oh no no, these are configuration files. So these are the MCF file for each of the machines. As you can see, these are encrypted with AES to 256. These are encrypted, and these are the instructions that we will give to this specific ACM to understand where is it located, what threshold should it take into account, which reports to be able to print, how many times to it print that report, etc., etc. So all of the previous settings we have shown you before. Okay. I will be a little. Production kit download we can also download the production kit as well. Yes. Now, one important thing to take into account is that when we generate the MCF file, the machine configuration files for each of the machines, but once we download them, it's we group them by province. So each of the USBs that goes to all of the ACMs inside the same province share the same information at the beginning. We will show you that once we initialize the machine, the rest of the files that doesn't concern that machine will be erased, and only the machine configuration file for that precinct remains. So that's one thing to take into account. Now we will move to the CCS configuration files that we have configured. So we start similarly, we did before with ED members. Now we are doing with BOC members for each of the CCS that we have. And one by one, we can import data, the Excel file, the BOC members information. And we have imported here the BOC, we can check the BOC names, which are chairman, vice chairman, BOC member. We have a code for the CCS where these members will be assigned to, and their role as well. Again, we can generate certificates for these BOC members as well. This time we will use the public key infrastructure that is inside of the machine. But later on, we can, during implementation, we can connect the EMS with a Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure server in order to sign these certificates. Yes, so we will proceed to generate the certifications. It has changed from no to yes, so we can see that they have been issued. Now these are stored in the key store of the machine momentarily. And likewise with the ACM, we can also tell in the EMS, we can give the instructions to the CCS of which reports it should print, like in the same manner. So we can see that we have a report template name. We have the type of the report, the CCS type, let's say NBOC, if it's at the national level, the municipal level, etc., and the number of signatures that it might require. Now, for purposes of demonstration, we have these ones preloaded because the CCS actually emits a large number of reports, but you can also create, modify, delete, or add new reports on demand. Now we go to the CCS checklist where we are seeing yes, it's a, we can proceed. As you might recall, as we did with the machine configuration files for the CCS, we can also call the CCF, which is the CCS configuration files. So here we have all of the CCS units, and we will be generating the configuration files at the EMS level according to the settings that we have set previously. Okay? We will click create CCF files, and we have seen that the column of times generated has changed from 0 to 1. So we have generated successfully the CCF files. We can also create the production kit for the CCS, right? And have a preview of the production kits for each of the CCS. Again, this will be all stored along with the CCS units at the beginning. And the first page shows the credentials of each of the members allowed to use that CCS unit. Now we can also download the CCS files. We will download all of them. Oh. Okay. And if you got a difference that different from the ACM, we don't select province, region, or municipality that we want to download it from. But in the case for the CCS, we know that this is a smaller number of units compared to the ACM, so we can download them all in one bulk. And configuration that will be given to the CCS. Okay. Yes. So just to recall, we have imported the sample data. We generated the ballots. We have made the configuration files of the ACM. We have done the configuration files of the CCS. We can generate reports on demand inside of the EMS if necessary. We can show you slightly these functions. So we select create, and there is a list number of reports that can be generated on demand regarding the situation. Let's say geographical divisions, for example, and the EMS will generate this report. So we have generated a report, and this can be later on updated or regenerated on request. Now, uh, so on the system administration, we have already showed you the user, which are the levels, also the access we give to these users, the audit log, you have seen it. It's assembled. Yes. So as you can see, it still keeps with the same user account. We haven't changed that in that case. And you can see all of the actions and tasks that we have done here. In this case, for the reports, which were the last actions that we took, the view of the reports twice and the generation. So once we download the machine configuration files, we encrypt those files with AES 256. Yes, the USB. Yes. One cut up the USB, not do that one. Yeah, they cannot utilize those files that are encrypted. Okay. So currently, puedo talago ported the CCS. Yes. So in this case, for the DRE, when we generated the ballot images, the entry in the log files for that specific action. Currently, that's not an option. That is, but it can be added later on during necessity added. Yes, yes, it's saving all of the logs, and we can export the logs as well if necessary. Now the logs will be also encrypted, so we have to put a password, and we can open these files of the audit log. So it's requiring the password that we have just set, and it has extracted the audit logs. Okay. So the file that you have exported, of course, it's encrypted. Once you have opened it, that can be changed. But once it's changed, you cannot import it back into the machine. So it will keep. On the system itself, you cannot delete or alter. There is no way. Yes. Yes. Even if you are in the highest level, which is the administrator, there are no CRUD functionalities that can be done. You cannot modify the audit log even at the highest level. Mm. Also, inside of our documentation, there are test procedures, and inside those test procedures, we give one test procedure specifically for how can you test that if someone wants to access the server and try to change the audit log, the response is no, and it's not possible to do that. So you can run those tests again if necessary to check that this quality of the audit log remains intact. Okay, so we have done users, user levels, audit logs. Other are labels, which are the text that you see on the user interface. If this needs to be changed, you can change it as an administrator. Um, Messages for any sort of error or problem, you can create here those messages and modify them in order to tell the user what is the problem, what is happening. You can make those messages here and attach the machine to its default, which will be that backup saved into the machine. This will conclude the EMS part. We can move on to the next systems. So we can use for the DRE. Exactly. Okay. So burn the ratio. So we will put the configuration files for the ACM and the CCS into one USB, and then we will use our duplicator to make certain copies to spread them on the other units. We can use that file. We will show you that as well. Okay. Please below. As you can see, we have the MCF files there. We have three machine configurations files for the ACMs because we make this as bulks for each level law. For province. Yeah. Province level. Yeah. So since we generate the MCF files by province level, we have three provinces here. So we have three. Yes, three municipalities basically, but we have Metro Manila, right? Yes, yes, yes. And but for the CCF, we just have one configuration file that can be shared by this all CCS. Yes. So the DRE are inside of Makati, in Bangkal. So this is for the NCR Metro Manila, which are these. Yes. Yes, of course. When we made it the configuration files, we selected that the ballot image should be on display, not printed. So that's giving to the machine so it knows I have to show the ballot on the screen. We go so as you can see here, we are copying the machine configuration file for the ACMs, under the code 010000, which is Abra code 10. So the machine configuration files for this entire province are inside there. Now we are doing the machine configuration file for the province 210000, which is for this province, which shall contain only one ACM, which is local, right? Good. Format is the format model. Yes, yes. One that you the yes, and now we are format. Yes, yes. There is no special formatting of the USB. Right. Yes. Now we are using the CCF master, the one that is labeled as CCF master or USB, where we will put all of the CCF configuration files in it. Please take note that we are also having this master USB, the installation of the CCS program. So we will show you how we install the CCS program, and then later on how we initialize that CCS to recognize if it's an MBOC, if it's a national CCS, or if it's a province CCS, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Yes.
How can you check about the encryption of the EMS using this PS2?
The creative configuration. Ah, saka ACM file. Yes. So we have here the configuration files that we have obtained from the EMS, and these are AES format, as you can see. So they are encrypted. Yeah, yes, we can check. Hmm? Only we have generated the configuration files as you have seen. Those are encrypted with AES 256, correct? Yes. Mhm. Maybe we can try to verify, but it's a bit complicated because each precinct is encrypted differently. So we have to check if what a specific precinct we want to decrypt in order to verify how to decrypt it. So, mhm. Well, as well. Yes, so CCS as well. As you can see, we have all here the CCS systems configuration files, all of them on AES. Yeah, Okay, we will. Okay, okay. So now that we have generated our master USB with the configuration files, duplicate, yes. Ito, but something happened. So what are we printing now? So when we were generating the configuration files for the EMS and the CCS, we also generated the production kit. You can see there were some barcodes, some labels, and also the identities and IDs of the DOC and EV members. So these production kits are the ones that we intend to print later. So on the first slot, we put, yes, we put the original or master USB, and then on the next ports we will put the empty USBs where we want the different, uh, just for the stand of the machine. Yeah, yeah, yes. So as you can see, yes, so we have, exactly, so we have a user interface that tells us which ports are being used when we are doing the process of copying, if we have finalized. In case there is some problem in the middle of copying, we can proactively see that and actually do the copying again. So there is no problem on copying later on and checking once the USB has arrived to the ACM. You don't get the surprise that there is a. What does the number represent? The slot. Yeah, the slot. So on the slot number one, we put the source, and the rest of the ports we can put empty USBs where we will copy the information. The format the USB. Excuse me. The USB will. Okay, mahana mo pinahon ko. Okay. So in this case, since we are working with Cavite, Region 4, we only have one ACM. So we just need to duplicate it once. Yeah. Okay, so now we see that the user interface telling us that it's green. So we can take that out. The USB being used by the ACM. Yes, so currently it's FAT32. Yes. Okay, so now for the next location, we have to duplicate two because we have two ACMs, right? So we are inserting in any location. We are doing here. Okay, so now we see that it has been done. The information of everybody, they are we are currently looking at the copying of the US for the ACMs. ACM configuration. Yes. And finally, we have for the which contain the generated configuration for the ACM shall be used in the ACM machine upon initialization. Yes. So we have successfully copied the next two USBs. Now we will proceed with the CCS. And as you might recall, the CCS file contains all of the configuration files for all of the CCS. So we just have one master CCS, and we will put all of the rest of USBs. We will put 12 USBs copy this information. Is there a reason why the arrangement of the US? There is no particular reason, but in order to show that the ports all work, they are doing. Yes, yes. We will copy this. System being used by the CCS is also FAT. Yes. Those configuration files will be waiting for us, and we will bring the ACM configuration files. We will show you how we put them, initialize the machine, and how we set this machine to this specific precinct. Can you ask the question again? The printed ballots uses the same certificate of what we have configured in the EMS right now. So the certificates that we use are actually when we need to authorize or signed a certain type of document. For example, in the ACM, when we print a report, we have to authorize or verify the identity of the person who is doing this action, right? For the ballots, we don't specifically use a certification of, for example, from a public key infrastructure in order to generate them. There is other types of information that we put in the QR code that can be verified by the ACM once we insert it. Okay. So the ones that have been omitted because there is some event happening, so we will remove the ones that are successful. Once they are done, we do the copying, so we can ensure that the information is being properly copied into the USB, and this doesn't translate or migrate to the machines. For the information of everybody, slot 17, 57, and 21 turned red and then were emitted. And then all other slots turned green already. So since the user has been informed of hindi po siya na-copy. We will try again with the USBs. So the USBs, the previous USBs that turned green were reinserted to slot numbers 15, 25, and 35. Question, Sir Marcelo. In the USBs, what are the security features that would ensure that those that were copied by are that were generated by the are those that are copied and sent to the that's fitted to the system? Sorry, sorry for yan. one. So this slots for the three USBs turned in already, meaning the configuration was copied to the. The question, Sir Margaret. So once the CCF file is made by the EMS, this USB is copied and sent to the CCS. Once we are installing the CCS, the user must verify the code of the CCS. Once it inputs the right code, the machine will know specifically at which level this machine is being used, and that's why how we ensure that it's the proper CCF file that is being installed in the machine. Can the USB be overwritten by the other data aside from which is generated by the EMS? No. So currently, currently at the level of generating the in the EMS generating the CCF files, we do not do this process. We do it later on the warm feature that will allow the USB or won't allow the USB be rewritten. But if it's necessary to implement this in an earlier stage, it's also possible to add it at that stage. The USB, yes. I wanna- yes. So these are warmed after finishing. Yes. Mhm. So it depends on how the protocol comes from Comelec at which stage we have to implement this protocol. But in the TOR, I believe it's once it's finalized, we warm it. But if it's necessary, the hardware, not the software. Hardware to warm the is the software which we warm. Any other than any USB, yes, we can use it. So, but at the software level, yes. So now that we have the configuration files, we also have the smart card writer. These are the keys that the EV members will use. So as you can see, we have the EV chairman, poll clerk, member, and the zero out special card for this specific machine. So we will show you once how we generate these cards. These are already in each of the machines. But basically, the user, by looking at the production kit, he can insert this information that will be later used by the EV member. So we will proceed with the writing of the smart cards.
Currently, they're configuring the smart cards for the BEPs. The
EV members. Yeah. So we insert the card and we write the data that we have inputted here on the right, and we can read it again to verify that the information has properly been written. Hmm. This machine also counts with a barcode scanner. So the machine, we can later on add the functionality of scanning the barcode on each of the pins for the E member. We go out here with the capacity of each number data into the smart card. So we have done the EV chairman, poll clerk, on the we are writing on the chip, as you can see here in the card.
So that is specific.
Exactly. So for this specific ACM, we are grabbing the production kit, the credentials of the EV member, and we are putting the PIN number information into their keys.
Can it be used to other? Can it be reused to other or
Like,
reconfigured to other precincts?
yes, it can be reconfigured to another precinct for later on use. Yes. So now that we have finalized with the card of this ACM, now we can move to the ACM. We will initialize the machine.
Uh,
So first of all, I will start by briefly describing the machine. So we have here the ACM mounted on top of the ballot box. The ACM has a 13-inch screen with a camera that functions as a scanner for later on manual counting of the vote receipt. In the front, we have the slot for the smart card key that we have just written previously. And below that, we have a thermal printer that will generate the PVPAT from behind. Of course, on the front, we have the entrance of the feeding of the machine. This is an A4 customized for the A4 ballot that we are using now. And we also have a tray that will guide the user to put the ballot properly. On the back, we have necessary ports to put the configuration files and backup USB. Another important point is that the ACM screen can be folded to 0 degrees or to 90 degrees, depending on the height of the user. We also have some blinders to protect the secrecy of the voters, so people that are standing on the side cannot see actual information on the screen. And on the back, we also have the thermal paper roll that will be used to generate all of the receipts. That it can be detachable and it can be changed in the middle of the process. Now on the back, we also have ports for the LAN in case there is a LAN connection. We also have HDMI port in order if needed to be connected to a larger display to show later on the manual counting, which we will can demonstrate as well. And yes, that's basically overall of the machine. We also have the ballot box, which is a single side unit with two bodies. It's a unified two body system, which on the back has the receipt box, which is capable of holding 1,000 receipts. And we have here the ballot box, which is capable of holding 1,000 ballots inside. This is a sturdy material, and on top of it, we have the cover of the ballot box, which you can see it has holes in these ruptures where we can actually use the cable ties that we provide. So we provide these cable ties in order to fixate the machine into the ballot box, the cover into the ballot box, or the machine, as you can see here, into the cover. So the machine is well secured and it doesn't fall off later on. Now, each of these machines is provided with its own security case, which is impact proof. It comes with this kit, which as you can see, it's the marking pens, which you have also used previously. It has the cable ties that I have described, also the thermal extra paper rolls, and it also has a compartment for, if necessary, USBs, smart card keys, and also the transmission media, which will later show on.
That waterproof.
The yes, let me the exact amount. Ayan, case. Ano mo? Secretary niya ako. Lubang. Kabang. We will verify the exact grading. It's water spill proof, which were part of the TOR requirements. Yes. Yes, also dust proof, and it also has a valve that allows it to not compress when you're transporting it via air. So we have the special pressure valve into the machine, and it's well accommodated to allow the machine not to get any scratch or impact when transported. Okay. Now we will start the initialization. So before we start, can you demonstrate removal and then putting in the ballot? Over. Safety for what? Like a film? These part. Actually, these are detachable. It makes it compact when you hold it inside of the. Yes. Okay. will mount again the Palacio. Align it all the back. The- It's 6 kilograms. Just alone. Just alone. Okay, now we can proceed with initializing the machine. So USB. So now we have the USBs that we bring here. Put one. We also have the backup USB inserted on the back. You four. So now that we have the main configuration files in the backup, we can turn on the ACM and check it. What does the backup contain? So right now the backup USB doesn't contain any type of information, but once we initialize the machine and tell this unit that it's supposed to run with this cluster precinct number, we create a copy. As you can see, once we boot the system, we have the system information, we have the machine ID, we have the software version, the firmware version, IP address, MAC address, and the system hash, which I have mentioned previously during the EMS part. On the bottom, we have the date and time of today. We also have the status that is telling us that the machine hasn't been initialized yet. The icons that you see here at the bottom right is that we haven't done any type of transmission, so the machine hasn't transmitted anything. Also, the count, the voting count of the machine, it's 0, which will later on prove with the reports that we will generate. We also are showing that there is no network communication at the moment. And here we will display later on the cluster precinct ID. But right now, since the machine hasn't been initialized, we are showing this only as 0 along with the version of the ACM. So we press on the arrow to move on to the next stage of the system. So now we are sent to the home screen of the system. Again, we have the same information below. Myself. The blinders. Okay.
May we
work.
advise the observers to give space to the TWG and the end user to
So
can we request the observers to refrain from taking pictures and videos for proprietary purposes? Yung lalo na yung screen po, wag na nating picturean. Yung proceedings, pwede. Pero yung screen ng machines nila,
Huwag muna nating picturean. Thank you. Yes, makikita niyo naman sa screen.
Okay. But so so diligent. Are there any proper tangan? For the media why? Okay, we will open the machine, and once we have opened the machine, we will remove the HDMI cable for security purposes, if that's okay. So only the TWG can check actually directly what is going on. Is that okay? Okay, so we can connect it again just to show. Oh. Yes, connect, and once we have opened the machine, initialize the machine, we can disconnect it. Okay. Can present. Yes. We'll just from is that okay with you? Because of the observe. So until the opening of the machine, initialization. Just tell us if you have to cut the feed. Okay. Okay, so now that we are in the main screen, we will proceed with the initialization of the machine. So we select the initialization. And as I mentioned before, in this USB, we have contained the configuration files of all of the ACMs in that province. So the user has to come and see his production kit, right? The production kit, and look for the correct precinct code in order to install the right configuration files. So after doing this, we will ask for the cards, key cards of the EV members. This is another procedure that we use in order to not make or remove human errors. If the EV member selects a different precinct by mistake, his card won't be able to be used. So it will only work with the precinct, the configuration file of the precinct that it was made for. So looking at the production kit, the EV members can see their PIN, the 6-digit number PIN. They will insert, and once it has verified, the machine will start loading the configuration files. Now that we have loaded the configuration files, as you can see on the bottom, we have the precinct code. It was previously 0000, and now we have the precinct code on the bottom. And from not initialized, now we have initialized, so the machine is not open yet status. Okay. Now, one thing that we have to remember is that we have pre-printed the ballots, right? And these ballots, we had to guess when we will do the presentation. So we aim at January 15th. So the ballots contain the information of January 15th. So the machine, we will change the date and time for this specific presentation to January 15th in order to conduct the presentation. Of course, in order to change the date and time, this is not an action that anyone can carry out. So we want the EV members to confirm or get authorized before changing the date and time of the machine. Characters instead of numbers. So, it's possible to implement that into the PIN number. So if it's necessary, in a combination of numbers or characters, or just characters or just numbers. In this case, we have done just numbers, but it can be done. So now that we have changed the date of the election, let's remember when we started in the EMS, we created the event, which the election date, which was also January 15th. So now we are on the date of the election, so we are able to start. There's also another function, which is the diagnostic function. This is in order for the ACM to auto-diagnose itself in order to check the important modules that it has. So we have here the touch screen, audio, printer, USB port, network, etc. In this case, we will run all of the diagnostics in order to check that everything is running properly, and later on move to other stages. So the touch screen is a multi-touch screen. So we are checking that all of the sections of the screen are working properly. And we move on to the next module, which is the audio. Coming out through the, if we're connected to the HDMI, it's coming through the projector. Okay, so since we have confirmed that it comes out, we can press yes and move on to the next one. Now we can check network connectivity. As I mentioned before, we have the LAN connection that we will use later on in order to do the. So after connecting the LAN, we have seeing that the network status is available, so we can press yes. Now we can also detect the amount of USBs that are mounted in the machine. As I mentioned before, we have two USBs mounted, so of course the USB count is properly, so we can proceed with the next. We can also use the thermal printer, so we can print a sample of this image and change the image later on. So we can print a sample image to check if there are any problems with the thermal printer as well. So we can proactively address now it's going okay. Scanner. We'll try to put test if so reading the ballot image along with the security features of the ballot. 6 seconds. Yes. We'll show you later on the full speed. We display the image on the machine. We can check the machine that we have just, the ballot that we have just scanned. We're seeing no back, and we will check for any problem with the scanner. Right now, everything is okay. Also see the top scanner, which generally will scan the front side of the ballot, and we can see that the scanning of the image is working properly. Now we will pull the paper outside, and since we haven't found any anomalies, we can proceed button yes. We can also check the smart card reader, so we can place the EB member card. The read was successful, so we can proceed. It showed that it was until we remove it. Now, we together with the HACM, we have a keypad for aiding some people with special necessities. So we can also check if this is working properly or being detected. So we have different selections on the keypad, which are circle, cross, up and down. These are being trained perfectly by the ACM. We can proceed. Now we have a camera that can be used for scanning the QR codes. Later on with the VVPAT, we will generate QR codes to manually count. So this can also be used. We can proceed, yes. After we finish the full run of the diagnostic, we print a diagnostic report, which will tell us a brief summary of which models were okay or which models had some problem. And we can see that all of the models so far has been proved as successful. This so far, this is normal thermal paper, but if it requires some, we can talk about that later on. But yes, it can be found in general market. So okay. Yeah. Yes, let's stop until here with the HDMI. if that's the we did think it's rolling around. So now we will do the opening of the machine, which will put it in a state in order to receive the ballots. Again, in order to do all of these processes, we need the confirmation of the EB members. We start with the EB chairman. Yes, we can change with EB member. Yes. Step of the proceedings, we should enter the EB cards of any meaningful and important task that is being carried on by the ACM. We will require most generally the authentication of at least one EB member for protocol reasons. Now we can enter the name of the members in this stage. So we will input them one by one. Very short names. Now we press OK and we will proceed. And now we will generate the initialization report, which will tell us that the count that we are seeing here at the bottom, which is 0, correct. In the initialization report, we're showing all of the contests with all of the candidates and how many votes have been assigned so far to that candidate. Of course, what we expect to see is all zeros in this initialization report. We have at the top this initialization report follow the samples provided by Comelec to us in order to generate this demonstration. Okay, so now we have opened the machine. We can see at the bottom that the machine is open. We can further on proceed in order to leave it as voter will see it. Now, you can choose to go to the CCS and initialize the CCS as well in order for them to be ready for voting. And while we do that, the rest of the machines will be initialized and open. Is that okay? Okay. Once the user press go to voting, then the user can start the insertion of the ballots. But I think it's better if we do this same process repeat the same process in all of the machines while we do the CCS initialization. Okay. CCS now and check the CCS configuration file, because we also need to initialize those machines in order to be ready for the election date. Heading to the CCS. Set up. Okay, so here we are at the CCS level. You remember the diagram that I showed you before. After the machines have transmitted later on, these are the units that will consolidate the results, right? So starting from here, we have the first CCS, which is for Banguet, right? Let's remember we have Banguet. Then we have the CCS for Makati, the CCS of Makati. And then later we have the CCS for Silang. This is the first level of CCS at the city municipal level, right? So after that, those three CCS, we have two more CCS for Abra, right? Which is above Banguet. And we have also Cavite, which is the next CCS at the provincial level. And let's remember, since we're working with city of Makati, and this is a high urbanized city, it doesn't have a provincial level, so we don't have another city of that. And at the end, we have the NDOC, which is the national DOC upper level of the structure. These are the 6 CCS that I was mentioning at the beginning. Of course, besides those, we have other CCS that sit up upper level, which are the central server, media server, dominant majority party, citizens arm 1 and 2, which are the transparency servers that will also obtain information both from the ACM and the CCS, right? Now, what we are going to do is go to Banguet, on the CCS of Banguet, and we're going to perform the initialization of this CCS. So the USB that, if you remember, we have copied from the EMS, from the master configuration files, has come to this site. Now we will right now we are showing you the laptops in an empty state. Yes, and if you remember when we were creating the master CCF file, the configuration file, we not only added the configuration file, but we also added the application installer and runner. So once we insert the USB, we will, Ubuntu. Yes, just like the EMS. Tamaño. Now that we have inserted the configuration file, immediately the machine understands that we are trying to install the application of the CCS. And the first thing that is asking us is the code of the CCS. So we have it here, but of course we also have the production kit, right? That comes from the EMS that we will insert. So we will put the information of that CCS ID. Now that we have inserted the CCS ID, we will start the installation process of the CCS program. now that we have done most of the installation, let's remember that we have BOC members, right? And they also require their own key. So the CCS installation program will request each of the members' USB keys to be inserted in order to generate their key, the one that they will use in order to authorize this. Yes. So we will insert the first key. We press OK, and it asks us the next key for the second BOC member. Now we move to the third member. We press OK. And now the CCS installation has been completed. So the system will restart once in order to finalize the installation, and we will proceed to observe how's the machine operating with the system. Okay. So now the machine is being restarted. To wait. Now it's loading. Going to trying to find the connection to the network that we have established. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so we have boot up again the machine, and as you can see, the user interface already is telling us that the CCS is for the MBOC of Banguet, and it is asking us for the ID and the password, which is one of the authentication factors of the members. Also, on the bottom right corner, we see a message that is asking us to insert the backup USB. The machine always requires at any state to reinsert the backup USB into the CCS system. We have the backup USB. We will insert it into the machine. Now the message is gone, so we can put the ID and password, which comes with the production kit. Yes. And we will log in into the system. So now it's telling us to please insert the validation token. So we will put the tokens of the members. Again, each member will follow their own credentials with their name and token password, and they will press next in order to validate the key that we just generated, right? Second member will put his own key. Again, we will insert the information of the user and the password. Press next, confirm. We have done. So now the user interface is telling us that we are under system initialization, right? So again, we will let know the machine that the chairman is doing the initialization. We have started this process, it's asking for the BOC signatures because we're going to print an initialization report, right? Each time we print a report, it might require the signature of some of the BOC members. In this case, is the initialization report. So we will press yes and insert the BOC key. We put the second, the vice chairman, and the third one, the BOC member, BOC member. So once we have finalized with the signatures of the members, we are presented with the report, the initialization report, which will show all of the information, the status of the machine. It will run down the candidates, again, information about the contests, and of course the votes acquired, which are 0 at the time. So okay, we will print these reports on a refined communication with the printer. We can close this, and I can introduce you to, oh, yes. So I will introduce you to the initial user interface. So here we have the dashboard for the Banget, the MBOC of Banget. We can see the total expected precincts are 2, right? We have 2 machines that we are expecting from, and the total expected voters. We haven't obtained any information yet, so none of these graphs are shown, but later on, as we update the information by transmission, we will be able to check how the system is being updated. On the top, we have other functionalities and tabs: monitoring, canvassing, task management, system administrator, reports, closure procedure, and on the top right corner, we have the mention of the MBOC Banget and under which account we are logged in, which is the BOC chairman. Okay. This concludes the initialization of this unit. We will proceed to serialize the initialization process for the rest of the CCS. The same process is done. We use the configuration files, we install the application, we generate the keys, reboot the machine, and do the login of the system and print the initialization report. Okay. Now we can go, yes. Yes. Hardening. So the hardening procedure is actually under the TOR for customization. Of course, there are many applications unnecessary for these machines. We have removed that as part of initial hardening of the machine, but later on we can discuss about which ports have to be disabled and all of these other protocols that are necessary that we can for sure harden the machine. Okay, thank you. Question.
Yes.
Sir, it's already initialized. Yes. The machine. The laptop. Yes. Do you print the initialization report? You print? Yes, we will print. Yes, the printer. Please. Assemble. Another one. Then yes, we will show you the printing of the report later on. Yes. Yes. Right now, we will leave all of the CCS on standby so they wait for the transmission of the ACM. Yes, yes. Positang, they will take a break. We have finished with the initialization demonstration of the CCS. The rest of the CCS are being initialized and get ready. Yes, now we are ready to start the voting of the 50 ballots. If you allow me, I can do the first then later. Okay. Yes, so before that, we press go to voting in order to enter the voting mode. Now the machine will tell us to insert the ballot. So this is how the machine will greet the voter once they approach. We can add it. So have one of the ballots have been marked, right? I will proceed to insert it into the system and it will show me the results. Now the machine is trying to scan the security marks, the QR code. Now on the top right corner, let's see that there has a timer. This is according to the TOR specifications. What is reflected in the screen? We are seeing each contest and the selection of candidates that have been made in the screen. I have the option to return and cast. I will return because I am running out of time and show it to you again. Ah, yes. So there is a timer. There is a timer for the machine. Screen. Yes, that's under TOR recommendations of 20 seconds. Yes. As you can see, no vote has been casted yet, right? We're putting for the it's red. Yes. So we see the candidates again. that we have selected, we can check one by one, and we are informed of the timer. Yes. Now that I have checked all the way to party list, I can decide to cast. That's the case. And we will generate automatically a voter receipt, which will show me again general information about the ACM. Then per contest, which is senator, House of Representatives members, all of the information that I have selected on the ballot, along with the QR code that we will read later on.
Yeah, okay. QR code later.
Yes. We can place it or store it in the. Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, how many times can we eject the ballot? The ballot before to refresh the timer. Is there a limit for that?
Currently, there is no limit on the amount.
Kasi no ko,
There is no amount of limit so far. Yes. Okay. So again, you can go.
uh,
So
maybe ask the members of the SBAC if they would like to feed the ballot. So Director Sugar is feeding one ballot.
now that we are seeing the selection of the man here, you can all the candidates in 10 seconds on the timer, and we can choose to return or cast the ballot. So in this case, I will cast ballot. We print the VVPAT for the voter to check its selection, how it's stored in the machine. Later on can be stored in the container for the vote receipts. This ballot was marked by one of the members of the SBW, and this one is undermark, so it has 4. So this one is a small mark that has been done. So we will see how the ACM interprets this. And also, we are supposed to select 4 candidates, but in this case, the technician chose to only vote for 2 candidates, right? So then you can click to insert. Now the machine is already telling me that there is an abnormal voting that was detected in 2 contests. So we can see that there is an undervote in the member of the House of Representatives, Abra. And we have 4 required selections and only 2 were made. So if we want to check this again, we can return and the voter can rethink how it has marked the ballot so it can mark it properly again. So and this one as well. It requires 4 votes, but it only has 2. Select 2 more.
The voter has the option also not to
If that's the decision of the
edit
voter, he can
the
choose to cast it. If it was not a mistake, just send it as is. Return that and check again with the ballot. Yes. Yes, it's possible to do that. So now we have the same information. There is no abnormality detected by the ACN since we have corrected the marks, right? Uh, Again, since we have corrected this, we can choose to cast. You can press cast. The machine, the ballot has been dropped inside of the ballot box, and automatically it's being coded. The voter receives information of the selection in the ballots. An overvote. There's an overvote on the party list selection. There's an undervote on the senator. It was supposed to be selected 12, 24. Yes. Yes. So as we have predicted, the machine requires 12 selections, but only 4 has been marked. And on the device measure, we have an undervote. Well, an overvote. Okay. So we can return if necessary, double check, or cast it as is if that's the selection of the voter. Yes. Let me use both because there's a timer. Show you how it comes out once it's an undervote and overvote. Both. As you can, once we have done undervote, their vote receipt will come as is with the undervote selection, and the party list it mentions that there is an overvote. What was the question again, sir? Will the will So if you use that type of blocking in order to block the mark, the machine won't detect that mark in the ballot. Yes. Mhm. Maybe you can do it in the party. You can do the party, so it's one. Depends on the quality of. Yes, please. We will check only the party list if now it's being omitted, right? I mean, I think there are some other votes on the front party list. Okay. Yes. So there are abnormal voting was detected in 3 contests, but the one that caused our interest is the party list undervote. Yes, is 0. So it hasn't functioned. It functioned. Yeah, it worked. The machine didn't detect the mark since it was blocked by the correction tape put in the back of the ballot. Yes, yes. Also, please note that we have the voter counter increasing each time, so we will expect to have 550 by the end of the day. For now, ballot from yes. Yes. Yes, so as you can see, the cluster precinct ID is 0101008. This precinct is 0101028. Invalid value detected is like, so we can return. No, it's not selected. No, yeah, disable. So you can only return it. Yes. Mm. Kaya, so that depends on the EMS configuration. There is a setting that will tell the machine if it should wait in order to reject immediately, or press until upon pressing the reject button, it will come out. That's on the configuration file. We can return that to the respective ACM. Actually, I mean, on time, we can lift only the PM in order to get the ballot instead of opening the entire ballot box. Mm-hmm. 일단은 그 캐스트가 한 거는 다 하면 캐스트가 안 하는. Okay, okay. We will grab one that is inside and just use that one. 해야죠. Need long. Will. So we have taken out from inside of the ballot box ballot. Now we will insert. Duplicate ballot has been detected. Like one of the actions button. So if you cast, we'll put a stamp. The machine has an internal invalid stamp that it will mark it. So later on, once you open here, will mark it as you can easily see the invalid mark. You can and counting. So the first time that is inserted, this information is stored in the machine. It's counted, but once you insert it twice and you press cast, it will just show it as an invalid ballot, and it won't count twice the casted ballot. But the initial one will remain. Yes. We will put the ballot inside again. Okay, where it belongs. Yes, one was destroyed. No. By marking the timestamp, now we cannot use that one. So 49 will be done. If we want to mark another one, we can mark it, and can show you the DRE attached with the ballots, and then later do DRE. Okay, faster. My experience. Not sure. Orientation. Okay. Right. Solution. Arrow. Yes, this is entirely customizable if it's necessary according to the COMELEC guidelines. We can make it just rejected and not go inside. Yes. Rather. 여기서 특별히 하고 싶다. Okay, we will move on to the DRE, and the ones who want to keep casting ballots can stay here. So the ACM has a mechanism on the back that it can allows it to open and eject. Do you want to jam it? Uh, not touch that mark from where? So if mark or uncheck, but if it's one of the where it's actually the error, then yeah, as long as it's a threshold. Parang we can do the feeding theory. Onjo circle. So because of this, the ballot won't be read. But actually, QR codes, they have a mechanism of recovering information if the QR code is not entirely visible. So if uh, the obstruction of the QR code is not big enough, it will actually read the QR code. But if this is too big, then it won't be able to recover the, yes. You can, but this one for sure. For this one, it will for sure not be, yes, misread. Yes, that's the general behavior we will expect if you. Mhm. The ballot. Folk, Yeah. Let's check. Yeah. It's for member host second. First, but the normal voting was on the vote. The whole it was on the vote. Yes, that wasn't different. Oh, okay. So now we are on the DRE units. This is the ACM 3 and 4. Um, yes, let's do the DRE. Yeah, yeah. 아니 지금 하면서 DRE 보고 싶다고. 빨리 끝내. The idea is to more efficient, shorten the time faster. Yeah. Okay, so on the DRE machine, we can go to voting. Uh, and once we are inside the voting machine, the voting status, now this is how the machine will greet the user. So the user can come to the machine and press start vote in order to initialize one vote of the ballot. So we will press start vote, and the machine, since it was instructed to show the ballot images, right? We are showing the ballot images from top to bottom. Again, we have another counter, but each time we interact with the screen, this counter is being reset. So it's not like the other types of counter. We have the senator, we have the unique QR code for the ballot. We have the QR code as well inside of this ballot, which is unique for this ballot. Now we go to the candidates, and in order to do the candidates, we can select by pressing the name or the circle as well. As long as we press inside of this area, the mark will be done into the candidate. So again, this will, for younger generations, it will be easier for them to adapt to this type of voting. And the interesting or the important factor about the DRE is that once I have filled all of the selections in this contest, I cannot select, well, I cannot select any more candidates because I have reached, so no overvote can happen. But of course, if I'm not content with my selection, I can select again and go back, which is something that I cannot do in the ballot. Once we have marked, it's harder to go back and remark the ballot, right? So here I just have to press again and deselect and select the next one. Now I'll proceed to the next section, which is the member of House Representative. So I just select one. Again, I cannot do any other vote once I have selected. I can deselect. Yes, we can do undervote. Undervote is still possible. It's an option. The voter. We don't want to force the voter to make a selection if they don't want to, right? Now on the next selection, we vote also for one. Again, we cannot cast any other one. Select one, and then 8. Similarly with the other ones that we have, 7 and 8. Yes, we can eliminate 2 of them, and now we have 6. So undervote is still possible. Overvote is not a possibility for the VRE. So we eliminate that error factor happens many times. And now that we press OK, we move to the back of the ballot. And again, we can scroll very interactively. And since in the party list, we only have to check one, then cannot select any other of the party list here. Again, I can deselect, select again, and then once I have finalized this, I can press OK, and I'm presented with the same selection as well. Now, on the abnormal vote, as I mentioned, we can do undervote, but as you can see, no overvote has required. On this one, 8 were needed, but only 6 were selected, right? So if we run out of time again, as with the other paper base, the machine will return you. And
Have to revote,
yes,
start from
exactly.
scratch.
That's the TOR requirement of the timer for the observation of the selection.
Now, you are already, you pressed OK for the, you went to the back already. Can you return to the front portion of the ballot?
Opinion con opiniones o 들어갈 수 있어. 돌아갈 수 있어. 하빈 opinion이잖아요. 어떻게 들어갈 수 있어? 리턴해서 다시 이거 거예요. 새로 처음부터. 아, 음, 음. So right now, the option for the voter currently is just to, instead of casting, return the vote, which will reset all the way to zero
You cannot
selection.
return to the front
Yes,
portion.
because this is not a requirement of the
Yeah.
TOR, but in case that's a
But
useful
you can customize.
functionality, we can program that function in
No.
order to return to the previous state, so they don't have to check any other candidates.
Is it-
We can correct or deselect other candidates that were not selected. Okay?
How about the 20-second review?
Right. Yes.
Can we customize it to make it longer or shorter?
Yes, on the EMS side, we can do all of those customizations on the timer. If 20 seconds seems too short of a time. So right now, how the EMS works is that we enable or disable those 20 seconds because the TOR specifically says to add those 20 seconds. But later on, we can customize it to increase or decrease that timer according to the user experience of the voter. Again, we press OK.
So that's 20 seconds.
Yes, 20 seconds right now. We press cast. We will have the counter go from 0 to 1.
How many seconds does it take to save the vote?
That's all.
Example, the voter is visually impaired. Can you zoom in or out of image?
Right now, zoom in and zoom out is not possible under the ballot view, but it can be integrated for sure because we have the multi-touch capability of the screen. So if that's a necessary function, of course that's outside of the TOR, but we can implement it for sure. Okay, if you wish to try with the DRE, please. When you're counting, have a look. So, Ulo, it's- So you will expect a similar interaction with your phone, which it might have some interesting interaction, but the screen won't turn off because your hands are wet. Okay. We can open the second machine as well. Yes, DRE. Go to some. Yes. So the, okay. So 8 are required, but only making ballot. Also, Okay, so in case for the ACM number 2, we have reached uh, all of the votes. We will now, yes, to remove the blinder so everyone can. Yes, so we will insert first the EV member keys in order to move out of this mode of voting. All three EV members have to input their keys. Need to be authenticated in order to go to the main screen again. So now that we are in the main screen, we have the option to return to voting. This was certain type of mistake. So we can also go and close the voting, which is what we are going to do. Now, in order to close the machine, we again have to authenticate this process by inputting the three keys of the EV members. So now that we have authenticated this process, it is generating the vote results of the machine. And now we are generating the election returns for the national. As as mentioned by the EMS, we are printing 8 copies of this ER according to the EMS. Again, if we want to skip this process and stop and move to the next report, which will be the local ER, but we can print the 8 if necessary, all 8. Again, we can see that the status scene has changed to closed. Important to mention as well. For this one, all of them. Okay. And the final report for the national. So now we have the generation of election returns for the local. Voter, yeah. Yes, we can press stop, and this will take us to the next print report. So we added that function. It's Okay, so now we are generating the statistical report, which is one copy according to the EMS configuration. Once we have finished with the transmission, we can print the audit logs. We can show you, okay? So now that we have done all of the printing, printing of the reports, we are connecting on behind the LAN cable. And we can see now from the user interface that we have a connection to the network. And with the local network, now we will press transmit and send the information. Now the machine will always make 2 attempts to send the information to each of the destinations, which are the CCS, the central server, and the transparency servers that I have mentioned before. In case it fails in both of those attempts, it will show here as failure, and you can retransmit to that specific location if necessary. And if not, and there is a problem with the network, you can remove one of the USBs. Yes, and you can import it, the information directly into the CCS system. Transmission report generated after all of it, and you can verify the success of all of the destination. It's already transmitted over there, so we should see a change on the CCS. Just let's finish the. Do we have to? Okay. Sure. Party question again? Files on the also all of those 3 generators use a public key infrastructure that is inside of this machine. Now, in the actual implementation, we will use the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure to obtain the root certificate and sign the public and private key that we generate. That's so when we print these reports, before printing them, we ask for the authentication of the ED members, right? We use the key, the smart card key. Once we have authenticated the members, we grab the information of this report and we digitally sign it with the ED members key. This is the signature that we're using for the printing of the reports. Yes.
Question on the ballot.
Yes.
Is the ballot paper available in market?
Yes. So the ballot paper that we're currently using, it's available in the market, which is 90 GSM. Yes. What are the security features inputted into the ballot? Into the ballot. Yes. So into the ballot, we have in the center the QR code, which is a unique QR code, right? That the EMS system generates. We also have the black mark, which I have mentioned to you before. This black mark, you were not present. Okay. So this black mark helps the ballot to not be counterfeited. So once, yes, so this black mark can be detected by the ACM, our scanner. But if you choose to duplicate this ballot with a scanner, let's say if I have this ballot and I want to scan it and create a duplicate, the scanner on that printer won't see, yes, won't see this mark that you see here, the flag, and it will only print black square. In that time, once you use that duplicate, the machine will detect that it doesn't have the specific character, the Philippine flag. So it will understand, this is a duplication. It's absent of one of the security marks, so it won't allow you to vote. So this is allowing us to prevent the duplication of the ballot. Now, those two features are machine readable functions, security functions on the ballot. And the third one, it's the UV ink. Yes. So we have a UV mark, which is machine not detectable. Okay. So those are the three security features as well. So Koduga, can try to scan it, but amo hate. So the QR code has a hash value that is being generated by our own system. So as you can see, this is the hash value. And this can only be generated by us. So therefore, if you try to generate a similar one, it won't be able to. Different because one reflects the front side and the other one tells the information of the front side or the back side. Good. Section. I think you have seen on the CCS side that the information has been properly sent, not only for the upper CCS, but also for the transparency servers and central server as well, right? Oh, ER, ER. Okay, so we won't do all of this. Okay, we need only two more reports. Ako ito na sir. Yes, this one we will skip. Only one. Close. And pause tayo. Pause tayo. Yes. Me first come with the Odilog. Yes, yes, yes. Check. Yes, yes. So again, in order to move out from the voting, what is our- see, see. Oh, yeah. Yes. I thought, sir, wanted to see the audit log. Audit log. For, so, print one copy. Audit log. So you can see here the list of reports that we can print if it's necessary to reprint such reports. Also, we will proceed to do the transmission of ACM1 and the team can see how it gets updated on the CTS. Okay, okay. Aya, por favor. So, yes, transmission. So, ano dia? Ito na. We have both precincts have been received. Total number of votes. Kasi, yun, wala. No. Kosong Tawag niyo. Tawag yung doon sa to. Thirty. Itong hagit. So, 보내달라고. From the transmission with the rest of machines, DRE. Right now, it's for standing purposes, and because you have the BB path coming out, in most likely situation, you want to store it. But what we have done with this ballot box configuration is that it is possible later on to lift the top cover to detach the BB pad. If you want to only use the machine with the BB pad and not with the BB pad collector, not with the ballot box, you can do so. But you're right. It's hanap at ako sa connect ko. You'll be counting the ballots of all three at the same time or one by one. Uh, so okay, we can open this one. Um, so I'm gonna Angel. wish, sir, we can move to the CCS now and show how the later CCS will consolidate and send to the upper level CCS as well. Follow that. I'll leave it. Yes. So for reference now, we have all of the CCS at the city municipal level have obtained the all of the transmissions coming from the ACM. Central server is this one. As you can see on the top, we always show transmission. Yes, and so far since the ACMs not only transmit to the upper level CCS but also transmit to the central server, what you're seeing here is the transmission done by the ACM. Right now we have seen Banget, but we can also enter Arango, Makati. We have Makati. Yes. So yes, if it has been partially transmitted, it will be different. If it already all the precincts have transmitted, we get it green. Yes. Silang. Yes. So in Silang we have Bukal, the ACM for Bukal, which was number 5. It's showing. This is for the media server, which also obtained transmission from the ACM. Right. Now what we are going monitoring, so you can see monitoring transmissions. You can drill down all the way to the respective region. Yes. And here, as you can see, we can select if it's an ACM result or if it's a CCS result. So since so far we have only obtained ACM results, you can see from Calara, for example, and 2 precincts that have transmitted 50 and 38. We have done. Yes, 12 of the TGW marked either in the QR code or the timestamp or they you I think you were present. There were 12 ballots that were basically not accepted, so only 38. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So what we're going to do now is going to Banguet. We will do some consolidation in Banguet, and then we will move up to Abra, and then we will transmit the MBOC, and then later on we can replicate. Okay. So we are in Banguet. Is a canvassing. So we go into the back canvassing boat, and we can generate partial reports for the information that we have obtained. The partial one. So we can do the canvas report. We select all of the contest levels that we want on the current level. We select issue. And in order to issue these reports, we always require the signature of the BOC members. Again, these keys were generated once we were installing the program of the CTS into the machine. So we have generated a partial result. As you can see, this contains the signature of the three members as you were requesting. So we have put the signatures of the BOC members, and we can choose to print this. You can check this Canvas report. Partially. Now we will close and continue with the process as the system is telling us. We will do the certificate of Canvas, the COC report. Now it is important to mention that in order for us to generate it, the system should tell us by demonstrating the COC as yellow, it's ready to be generated. But right now it looks disabled because the threshold hasn't been met yet. There is a threshold that the CCS has to surpass in order to do the COC report generation. Now, because we know this is the total number of votes that we expect, we have to lower the threshold of the CCS. So we will log out from the machine and log in with a special user that can change the threshold of the CCS. Now we have logged as the contingency user showed on the top, and the only action that can be carried on. Okay, log out. You logged in the wrong account. This is for a different use. Okay, so we have the special user now, and the only function that the special user can do is setting the threshold. So you can see that now we have the receipt votes of 88 votes. So we will set the threshold. It was set up to 100%. Now we are lowering it to 88. Save this, and in order to save, we always have to validate it with the token of the ED member, the BOC member. So now that we have successfully saved this state, we can log out and log in as a normal user into the system. Now that we go to canvassing, now we can see that the system is telling us that it's ready to generate the COC report because we have lowered the threshold. So we will generate. Yes, so we can see the special user and the threshold, which was 1,567, changed to 88. Visual special user. Okay. Now we will generate the COC report for all of the pertaining contests. We select all of them. Yes. By contest, yes. So we are almost finishing with the signatures for the COC report. Okay, yes. So this is the COC, which we can also print for you to observe. Now we can proceed to generate the next report. But particular characteristic about the COC is that it allows us to make the transmission now. So we can proceed transmitting with Banguel, and later on we can finish the generation of the reports, okay? So we go to transmission results of the closed procedures transmission, and we will select transmit. Again, all of these important functions. So what we expect after validating and finalizing the transmission is the central server to be updated right now. And the next CCS, Abra, right, to also be updated by the transmission done here. Practice. Okay, so now the CS will do the transmission. It will show that it has been done a successful transmission. And we know it's a successful transmission not by just transmitting, but for receiving a response from the other side that it has been received actually. So as we can see, Abra has been updated over there with the Banguel information. And central server as well has been updated. The similar count of 88 number of total receivables is 8. So we can press OK and finalize the report generation, SOV, the statement of voters, of votes. Okay, you can see this report as well, and we will print it. SOV. So we will close the preview and now do the certificate of canvas and proclamation. Okay, so once we wanted to proclaim at this level some of the candidates, there has been high, high, right? Yes, we have to break the time. Situation has arise here. So here the system, we just have to select from one of two of candidates. Of course, the protocol will be dictated by Comelec. Later on, the member will select Cruz, Cerro, or Montes. Montes. So we select that we agree with selection, save, and again, we ask for the yes, application and signatures of the EV members in order to finalize the OCP. Okay, so we have the COCP and print this information. We have here COCP. Now we can proceed with the post-elections report. Again, requires the DOC signatures. Now, yes, we have finalized most of the meaningful. We have another MBOK, but the moment we will go all the way upwards to Abra and check the results that Abra has received here. And we will do the same process all the way for to national CCS. Okay. I think monitoring humble. So we can see on the monitoring the information has been transmitted. We have the time information of the transmission. We go to canvassing. Yes, we can do the same process again to canvas report issue and utilize the signatures of the VOC members. So similarly with the other system that we had previously shown, where we can have the canvas report, right? Partial. We'll close that one, and now we'll move to generate the COC. But again, since we haven't surpassed the threshold set up by the EMS, the system is not allowing us to generate the COC report. We will repeat the same action, although it will be this. We will log out, change the threshold in order to generate. Okay, so we have logged in with the special user, and we have lowered to 88 the value of the threshold. So we can save this information with the token validator. So we have successfully saved the changes on the threshold. We will log out and log in again as a chairman. Now that we have logged in again, we can see that the COC report is ready to be generated. So we click the button issue and validate this action and correspondingly. So now that we have generated the COC, we can preview it, print it if necessary on demand. We can close, and now that we have done the COC, we can proceed to the transmission to the proper destinations, which are the central server and the NBOC. So what we're doing right now is Banguet, Abra, MPOC. Then we can move to HUC Makati, which will also go to the MBOC, with Silang to Cavite, Cavite to MBOC. Yes. Now Makati, HUC, parallel. Yes. Yes. Silang, Silang. Silang do HUC sir. Okay. Okay. And the on the NBOC, you want to connect them. Have only one. To see. To see. Okay, we will print. Abra, Abra, Super 88. Lagi dyan, alaga. Like to also see the rest of the COC because this is the one that transmits to COC because that's the one that you require for printing, right? Yeah. Announcement, we shall be conducting the stress test and the battery test tomorrow as early as 7 in the morning. So we advise the SCB to come in earlier to prepare.
Thank you, Attorney Gerald. So this is a notice to everybody, especially to our observers. Continuation of testing tomorrow will start at 7 o'clock a.m. Thank you.
So what is this? What are we? What is the step we are waiting for? Right now, we received all the transmissions up to the national level, national CCS. We are consolidating and finalizing the consolidation for national. After that, we can check the central server if necessary, but if not, the national has the authority to make the last proclamation. So we can stop all the way of national if check. Hmm. Okay, okay. Let me ask with So the ACMs are connected to the external battery, and the external battery is connected to the power plug. In case of a power outage, and there is disconnection from the normal source of power, only the battery will start supplying the power uninterruptedly to the ACM, not interruption. Exactly. You can think about it as a UPS that you have for your own. Um, we will we will do the transmission from the national central server, the final transmission. Party have for senator and party list. Yeah, at the national level, we have the senators, so the first election of the ballot, and the party list, which is the back of the national level. Now we invoke will be transmitted. Yes. The center. Nasa na leverage mo. Contest pa kay station. Ito game. Taxi. While we are waiting for the printing of the results, the consolidation of the audit of the results and everything, may I invite the TWG and user SBAC to ask their questions if they have any to the single calculated bidder. One question. With the recent news, the other information coming out, uh, what is the comment of the single calculator leader as to uh, presumed or assumed or alleged irregularities in the conduct of elections in Iraq and Congo, where the where Miru was the one who gave the election system, supplied the election system.
God can answer that. We were there, and our team has successfully supported all the work, and there was a little the early what they call um special voting, which is like early voting, 2 days before the actual election day for military and government officials and things like that. So there was we had a little glitch on the transmission side, but that was only a very small part of it. But but in case of those cases, we always have a backup plan with the elections commissions of Iraq, which is that they also required to physically deliver USB flash from each polling station. And also they also have the internal memory backup as well as the ballots. So at the end, after the election, the last election, which was on December 18th, so it was part of the law to manual count 5% with the digital results, which was found to be perfectly matched. So, by the way, the Prime Minister proclaimed that it was a very successful election, this last election. Okay, so we can submit supporting document on that if you require. Okay, for DR Congo, DR Congo is always it's a tough place. Okay, it's always you would always get these um, adversaries of whoever gets elected. So and there's always like on that. So this election was really a landslide winning election for the current president. So there was hardly any argument for that. And also we do, we develop our solutions and provide our service bring up to the point um, maybe a few days before the election, we turn over everything to the elections commissions of each country. So we don't take any part in operating. So and also their Congo's election was also claimed to be a successful election, and we can also provide a supporting document on that as well.
And you would be, for clarification, you would be submitting.
Yes, we can.
For record purposes, sir, can if can I get your name?
Yeah, my name is Ken Cho. I'm the vice president of Miru. I'm in charge of the overseas elections business. Art, yeah, Ken Cho. I can leave my business card later. Yeah.
There are other questions?
By the way, Iraq, they also have a group of UN people called UNAMI. So they're always there to observe for the past two elections, and all of those we provide our solutions and services for the last three national elections, and UNAMI was always part of it. And for the last two elections, also there was a testing company who checked all our hardware and software. So everything, so they already checked all that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
For that.
Thank you, sir.
On 29th Monday, we shall be conducting the testing for the ballot boxes in the morning, and the presentation of your project management plan, training plan, the other presentations that are indicated in the document. So in the afternoon, notices shall follow. All of those presentations on the 29th. Well, the
The
same day we do
afternoon. Yeah.
we shall be doing the testing for ballot box in the morning, about 9 o'clock. So you can come earlier to uh set set it up, and then the venue shall be announced here. And in the afternoon, we shall do the project management or the presentations of the plans. Can we expect the supporting document?
Monday 29.
Okay.
So notices will follow for the 29th testing. We will test the sturdiness of your ballot box in the morning. Then, as mentioned by Attorney Gerald, presentation of your plans. So just bring your laptop, and we will provide a projector. And be ready with your team who will present. Thank you.
Okay. About tomorrow as well, can you provide just a clarification again for tomorrow? What is the
Tomorrow, continuation for the stress test. We will start at 7 o'clock until 9 o'clock p.m. because we have to test your battery for 14 hours continuous.
So do you need all these ACMs and that visa or the laptops or just?
I understand that you have configured the one of the received the pre-marked ballots numbering 1,000.
Yes, we will
Could be
pre-configure one of these machines, only one of them, to receive 1,000 ballots.
And then we should be need the batteries be tested for 14 hours, and then the ballots, and then the ACM, and of course the ballot box for
Okay. The rest of the ACMs with their sets in the ballot box be
Yeah.
wrapped up,
the purpose of the testing.
including the CCS system, right?
The purpose of the testing tomorrow is for the stress test of the machine, then the life of the battery.
Okay, understood.
That's
So the
only
rest
the
we will
purpose.
pack it properly
Yep.
today.
But you could not
Take it out.
take it home because
We will store it
it's still
in the same
post-qualification.
location.
Um, you can return your equipment to their respective boxes, and we will keep it here. This will be guarded 24/7 by the Comlex security as well as the security of the Palacio.
Here.
Yes. So this will be closed, and then you come here again before 7. At exactly 7 o'clock, we will test your battery. So you must be here by 6:45.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in the meantime, you can keep your equipment that is no longer needed for tomorrow, no?
Indeed.
And then we will safe keep them there.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Maybe on that side. And then this will be closed, secured. Thank you.
Understood.
is it necessary to put it inside of the ballot box? I think the TOR specifically says that it has to be one yes outside and one body. So it's better to keep it outside in my own suggestion. Yes, yes, of course. Yes, yes, yes. But since these are DRE, we have it on front. For ballot, yes, on the back. So you will be storing all of the BB on the back. BB put it here, and then yeah. No, no, no. This is perfectly fine in order to hold up 1,000. No, if yes. So once you bring the can you come here, sir? Maybe you can. So the ballot box can hold up 1,000 ballots. It's if we remove the cover, we can place it on or on the back, on the front. Once we lock the top cover, becomes a unified unit. So it is together and it cannot be detached. Now we can yes, it can lock in the same way. It's not a requirement. Actually, one of the initial concepts for us was if the necessity comes, you can have the VVPAT maybe separate from the ballot box if necessary. So that's another type of configuration. Now on the DRE, since we don't have the tray, we don't have to feed with ballots. We have it on the front. But for paper base, which you will do tomorrow, we put it on the back. So you will fold the VVPAT. We leave, you put the VPAT here, then you put it inside. So this will help you to insert. Can be the one paper. worm. We'll, we'll show it to you. 잠깐만요. 이게 worm. So we will proceed to show you. 네, 만들어진 게 보여주면. 봐야 돼요. Okay, we will proceed with the final backup of the machine, and this is what it will allow us to worm the file inside of the USB. So we are doing the final backup. The final backup 하면 CCS로 once we do the final backup here, remove the USB, import the files in this. So the final backup was successfully. Now we turn off the ACM device. Yes. So this is the backup. This is the original MCF file. So we will now connect it to a computer so we can show you that it has been wormed. Okay. We will connect USB. 여기 여기서 have the memory drive that we have extracted from the ACM. This is the 63 gigabytes. And as you can see from the contents, we have the ISO 9660, which is from image into the USB, which is only so we go to the worm. So we cannot rename this file or delete. Yes, it's not available. Not an option even. New folder is disabled. Yes. So 드라이브 해가지고 복사. Yes, doesn't allow for adding the file. Yes. Check. Yes. Yes, yes, it will be offline. No power supply from external sources, just the battery. Standalone. Standalone. Isolated place. Oh, perfect. No problem with that. Okay. We will prepare this unit. We will disconnect it from the power, and you can let us know where do you want to place it, where you want to conduct. 100%. Okay. Any other? All right. Okay. Thank you. Oh, the menu. Yes, we can show manual election returns. About talking about so system administrator import data. In under import data, you can select the ERs, right? And you upload the files coming from the ACM here directly. There is a problem with the transmission. Able to ano yun? So the normal process will be to bring the USB as we have done here, insert the USB, and then click there to select the backup USB. Under transmit, we will select the the file, but as you can see, these are the ID codes of the PCS. So we select the destination code that pertains to the specific Banget. So that those are the files that this PCS needs to receive. And we have here the ER files we can open. since the results are the same that we have received, nothing will happen. But in case there is a difference, it will be shown. But you can see that it reads the information of the backup information. Yes, so yes, since it's the same information, it will be the same. Nothing will change. But if there's a change on the information on the results, then it will update to the new one, and then you will have to regenerate the partial reports and the POC report. It will go back. It will return you to the first. Okay. 3-0. I mean, so we go to utilities. We have the zero out, zero out. There is a special card for the zero out. Yes, you insert the card. Yes, so we have to do the authentication of all of the EV members to do the zero out. Here we have 10, yes. You'll get or 10. You'll get 10. Sure. So zero out has been successfully done, and we can reboot the machine to fresh start, right? You can check the report as well. So DRE nita. So we will do the same process, enter cities, zero out. Then the throughout process. So we are generating the relax. Oh, okay. Thank you.